we should be live. Hello. It's me again. And I have brought the Kodiak of the bricks.
Howdy.
We're here to continue the
Adventure.
the adventure, the saga of the Ninja Gaiden Black wood sword only challenge. In case this is the first time you're tuning in, this is a challenge where I can only use the wooden sword.
Indeed. It has been a good time.
So last time, just to quickly clear that up, last time when you left, I just tried the boss for a little while longer, and eventually got it. And then this is the bridge that like collapses before. It's a kind of a little secret that if you just jump off instead of going over the bridge, it doesn't collapse. But yeah, so this gap down there is just the place that we were, and it just unlocked a wall here that you can jump up to get up here. And then I picked up this jewel, which upgrades one of your ninja magic spells. But the one that I usually use in this challenge, since it doesn't do a shitload of damage to bosses, and it's the only one I use because of that, can't be upgraded, so
Gotcha.
we'll probably just hold on to that. I might pick up another one to use on another boss later or something. Not that I can like drop it or anything anyway.
So I do apologize as I'm running dishes in the background.
Well, I can't hear anything, so I think you're good. The stream probably shouldn't be able to hear anything I can't hear.
One would think, at least.
Yeah, one would think. Yeah.
Back to these assholes.
Yeah. We're almost done with them. After we get out of this tomb, we never have to see them again.
Kind of been my thing about watching these guys is on their own they're not too terribly brutal. Like once you start aggroing them, it doesn't seem like they can do much about it, right?
Yeah.
But preaching to the choir here, obviously it's the fact that they send like 6 or 7 of them at you at a time.
Oh.
So not only do you gotta keep track of the one hitting you, you gotta keep track of all of them.
I can tell that a new one spawned in because he still has a head.
So you can decapitate some enemies with the wooden sword. These guys are kind of falling apart anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, one down. Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of this. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, you have to do this one specific jump slash move to chop their heads off. Which I like to do because it keeps them from doing their, like, grab, zombie bite move.
Understandable. Good tactic.
Oof.
Nice.
Whoa. Every time one just lunges in from off screen and just clips me with the edge of their like giant axe.
Gotta love it. It's just like right when you thought you were safe, thwack.
The last one? Yes. Ugh. Oh, apparently we're quiet now.
We're... Okay. Well, I'm sorry. We'll turn it up.
I don't know how to do that. Hold on.
Well, that sounds like a you problem. On top of that, I have no input on my own audio levels.
Okay, let's try this. Can you hear any better now? Well, I don't know. I don't know how to fix that.
Are we both maxed out on OBS?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well,
Yes,
I'm coming from my mic, but you're coming from my desktop technically.
right. I just turned on audio for the stream, and I mean, it sounds fine to me.
Okay.
Not to say that Lithuania is being dishonest. Just that, yeah, I don't know how to help you. Maybe turn up
Yeah.
your rig.
That might be uh, a problem we cannot solve.
Maybe.
We got a doggo statue.
You're still on the stream starting soon on my side.
Dang it. Okay, now is it live?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
you're back.
Perfect. I
And
don't have another what?
a doggo statues indeed.
Oh yeah. I don't have a second monitor, so I have to do it all by hotkeys, so
Gotcha. Yep, I've been there.
now that we've been flushed down the toilet, oh, okay. It's not that time yet.
Not quite there.
Oh no, I know what time it is. This is gonna be fun.
It's a time to avoid drowning by constantly ninja dodging the water.
Hey, does this look familiar?
Boy. Oh, good to be fighting dudes again.
Yeah, we've come full circle. We're back in the church now.
I mean, I definitely appreciate that, like, nothing in this game is, like, unearned, right?
Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you over the explosions.
I see. was gonna say, I feel like nothing in this game is unearned. Like, even taking a bathroom break in this game.
Oh,
like this guy, Mr. Gaiden, has to kill like 4 people just on the way to the bathroom.
True. Okay. So you remember, I said this book, it has a story to it. This guy's diary. So last time, I skimmed over it because it wasn't important yet. I skimmed over it, but it's like, I got a book from the Emperor, I'm so cool. And then we used the Cody wrote down in the diary to steal the book from his safe. Now I'm gonna read his response.
Oh boy.
On the last page, there's a hastily scribbled message. I can't believe it. Someone has opened the safe. The Book of Eons I had received from the Emperor himself was stolen. In order to prevent this from ever happening again, I shall change the combination. The date of my daughter's birthday should suffice.
I definitely appreciate that it highlights stuff in green to let you know, like, as unsubtly as possible, like, this guy's a fucking idiot.
1410. Oops, I think that was the wrong way. Nope. Yeah, he's just like, someone broke into my safe.
Who could have done this?
And then you steal from his safe again, and then later you get to come back here and steal from his safe a 3rd time and read the note in his book about how his safe keeps getting broken into. It's my favorite. I love it.
I can't remember which, like, cartoon it was. It might have been Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, or it might have been Chowder. But I have distinct and, like, vivid memories of a gag wherein, like, someone buys a gold-plated, like, safe for all of their money, right? And they open it up, and it's just fucking empty, because you, as the audience, come to find that they spent all of the money that was in the safe on the golden safe.
Oh, nice.
So it's just, it becomes a plot device that they're fucking broke now.
Whoa. Just because you have blades for arm doesn't mean you have to stab me. Come on.
Right, what a guy. Listen, Mr. Knife Hands, I know you're having a good time. I know you're just living your best life. But I'll
Whoa.
tell you, putting your knives in your hands where like not knife hands are, I can't lie by it. I'm sorry.
Oh shit. Ugh. I'm on the edge of my seat right here.
This area. There it is. It's always this fucking area that gets you.
Yeah, I don't know what about this like library is so dangerous.
Like I said, as we've established, you're just not the kind of individual who can fucking do anything without like killing several people.
I should like do a death counter when I
Edit this all together.
yeah, like all the revival items that I've used so that I can save them for when I actually need them. Yes, the door locks. We fight the ninjas.
Also, I apologize. I realized I had not pulled up the soundboard, so that is now on.
Oops. Oh, wait.
I find it even funnier from a hypothetical, like, speedrunner perspective,
Uh-huh.
where, you're someone who's, like, memorized these little parts. You just know the combination by heart, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the hypothetical, like, sort of, because it's like a pseudo, like, ninja future, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a far stretch to imagine that they have some kind of forensics.
Oh, yeah.
And the monk, just beside himself with continuously having his fucking shit stolen, gets like the local police force to like come in and dust for prints, right?
Uh-huh.
And just the thought of like not finding any on like the book
Oh, yeah.
kills me.
The like timeline where the players already memorized the code, so they just go get it. How could they have known the code?
I mean, this is definitely one of those where, like, if I have something taken from me, like, once, within reason, I just start keeping that shit on my person.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I get lugging a big, heavy book around is probably not ideal, but...
I do like the narrative that this, monk came to work at the monastery, and shit. He came to work at the monastery while I was gone in the like catacombs. Found that his book was missing, but didn't realize that it was over on the altar.
Yeah.
Where I, put it. So I didn't even really steal the book, I just moved it.
You just relocated it, right?
And then was like, I guess I'll just change the code on my safe, and then like left before I came back.
At like almost at just cartoonish level, you guys are like just missing each other, like, right as the door closes for him to like leave, or for him to leave. The door opens for you to come in, and then like right on your heels, but like totally unaware of each other. As soon as you open, the same shit's fucking happening from the other direction. Like right as you're leaving, he comes in dusting his hands, and puts a hot dog down. Just freezes up. He says like, "But I was just here."
Yeah, he just comes back and his like safe is open. It's like, what?
What the? I swear. And okay, the first time, right? Like, kind of for a moment, like with himself, like, okay, maybe I left it open, maybe. But as time's gone on, he's like, no, there's no way. Okay, there we go. Why my soundboard's being slow today?
No, don't attack the door. Go in it. Go in it.
Inside.
You're getting called out for being quiet.
Who I am?
Uh-huh.
My apologies. I am fairly tired as it happens. But it's,
Oh, shoot.
I might be able to turn. I'll sit up. How about that? We'll sit up. We'll talk into the microphone. How does that sound?
I mean, I can hear you pretty good. You're always a little quiet on my end.
I try to turn my gain down and keep like my mic in check, just because my like it's a Blue Yeti. It's not the best on the market, right? But it's still pretty good, pretty sensitive microphone. That being said, I live next to a fucking rail yard.
Yeah.
And beyond that, I have 2 cats. So there's noise happening elsewhere at any given time. I don't exactly have like a completely noise-proof setup. So I keep the gain down to make that tolerable. But Leviticus, I will set off the microphone for you. How's that sound? I do explain to a coworker a little while ago that I only do the name mix-up thing with people that I actually like, or people that I'm like okay sort of messing with.
Oh yeah.
If I have any like genuine disdain towards an individual, I won't make those kind of jokes. Like earlier today. So I don't know if I should talk about this on stream, but I have a particularly unsavory client. So I work in banks, and not to give too much information. However, this particular one, this branch manager is, I want to say, in her early 70s.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes it's just been too long, right?
Uh-huh.
Sometimes it is time to take the L and just retire. And I say this because there have been a handful of like noteworthy things that has put this particular branch manager on my Ooh, damn. So, for one, the first thing they did to draw my ire is I don't believe in the whole like this family is or this company is a family bullshit. Like however, I'm still fond of my coworkers and in some cases am kind of sort of pseudo surrogate dad.
Uh-huh.
I can get fairly protective. Well, it's one thing, like, people could yell at me all day. I don't give a shit, right? Like, I don't care. But when you call and our receptionist answers, and our receptionist, bless their heart, had no way of remedying the situation this particular branch manager was peeved about.
Uh-huh.
And beyond that, the situation they were particularly peeved about was, while I can't disclose details, ultimately trivial. Trivial at best. However, they decided, for whatever reason, that they needed to call in to, and the first person they got was our receptionist.
Right.
It was not her problem. It was not her department. And this relatively minor issue got blown horrendously out of proportion by this branch manager screaming at our receptionist about the issue.
Yeah, not okay.
Not okay, and a pretty quick way to get on my shit list. So I'm not necessarily cruel, so to say, to this branch manager. I maintain a level of professionalism. But as far as I'm concerned, professionalism, and I do mean stark, straight to the point, no pageantry. Professionalism is all they're ever going to give.
Yeah.
Which means that when they make a joke or try to ask how my day went or anything of that nature, right? We are immediately back to, the task at hand.
Yeah.
Because as far as I'm concerned, any and all pageantry that may or may not have existed is gone. Because you fucked with my receptionist.
Mm-hmm.
Who is ultimately a pretty nice individual. They're fun-loving, they're, down to earth and chill. So to be overtly mad at them about an issue that they cannot fucking remedy, yeah, no thank you.
Well, that was what I was about to say. It sounds like they didn't do anything wrong anyway.
No, they absolutely did not.
wasn't their fault at all.
it's like what's worse, to me at least, is it's like a button press for this receptionist to get the person to the right department, to the people who would actually be able to remedy the issue. But she chose violence. And while I'm normally for this path, when it's violence against the people that I'm fairly protective of, you know, I have a lot less sympathy for you or your plight.
Yeah.
So, again, when I was sent to remedy this issue, because, and this I think kind of made it humorous to me somewhat, is that it was not even my department's issue either. But I was available, I had the means to go remedy the issue. So I did. And yeah, this alright. Be mean and be sour over the phone, right? Like, do that in droves. But do not be all buddy nice, calm down when I get there. Because that shit just grinds my fucking gears.
Oh, yeah.
And again, like, yell at me all fucking day, I do not care. What I do care about, obviously, is, you know, this two-facedness of, oh yeah, you'll scream at someone up until that someone is looking at you. Absolute fucking troglodyte. Not a fan. But now they've hit a point, and like I said, they just need to fucking retire. Because they've hit a point where I have gotten, I think, I want to say 6 work orders now for the same camera, because this branch manager, who I'm pretty sure has the, like, early stages of onset dementia, which, while unfortunate, again, I have no sympathy for you if you take out your anger or frustrations on other people. But she will give multiple work orders to have me come and look at their camera system, because there's a camera that's not showing up. She'll get frustrated with me that, you know, it's always down. It's always, this camera's always giving her problems, right?
Uh-huh.
I stroll into her office, and while she's in the same breath of telling me how awful this camera system is, I double-click on the fucking image and the camera comes up.
Uh-huh.
Every single fucking time. Because, as I've explained to her, and as I've tried to explain to the other branch associates, this camera is a 4 megapixel camera. The output is goddamn massive. It cannot rescale down to a smaller output image, right?
Uh-huh.
It's like trying to get something that was meant for a movie screen to play on your phone at the same bit rate. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is click on the image, and it will pull up an enlarged view, if you can fucking believe it, that will rescale. And there have been 6 or so work orders of this over the past couple of months.
Uh-huh.
And while I had to deal with her today, granted a passing thing, because I feel like her associates have started to pick up on the fact that I do not like her and I do not work well with her.
Uh-huh.
Because again, she will make a joke, and I will just move on and change the fucking conversation.
Uh-huh.
Because again, fuck you. Don't be mean to my people. You've lost any sense of pageantry or, niceties as soon as you did that. But what kind of got me while working with her today was, the usual bread and butter. It's not working. I click on it like, hey, there you go. To make you feel better, I'll go turn the camera off and then hit this. Are you with me? But I'm pinching my fingers like anyone else. This fucking close to just putting a sticky note on her fucking monitor. With an arrow that's pointing to where that thing is. With it that says, please do not submit a work order. Please double click. I'm this fucking frustrated. But my real fun interaction as of late was actually Thursday of last week. We got a work order because multiple cameras were offline. And I'm like, okay, that one's actually bad. And for anyone wondering why I take the effort to drive out, it's because since these are repeated work orders, every time I show up, even though we're contracted with this particular bank, my boss gets to bill because ultimately it's a non-issue and we're getting repeated calls for a non-issue. That's the only reason I'm okay, continuously driving out there.
Yeah.
But beyond that, we get there, and my associate and I find that their camera system was already kind of to their credit, the whole thing is a disaster. I'm really pushing my boss to put together a bid so I can just redo the entire thing. So there is credence to their complaints of it kind of being shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, I've gotten it to the point where it can at least limp along until we do that entire refitting. I cannot fucking wait to do that. As much as I hate big camera jobs, I'm excited about that one. Just because no matter how shitty any of it gets, no matter how long I spend in a fucking ceiling, effectively planking to run wires,
right.
No matter how long I spend doing that, it will still be a fucking improvement to this entire system.
Well, hopefully that'll mean you won't have to do it anymore.
Yeah, one can hope, but again, my real kind of impetus is wanting her to either just retire or fall in a ditch, whichever comes first. And my other thing too, there are branch managers I adore, man. There are some branch managers that are so goddamn fun.
Mm-hmm.
And it's often kind of a thing for me where I will I will chat. I'll sit down. I'll make jokes. I'll be friendly with people. It's just
right.
Hell, 3 or 4 of my favorite branch managers are these amazing older ladies, and they're so much goddamn fun. They're so funny, and they're great to interact with. But she has tried going from this she went from being fun, someone I could kind of jib around with, to this awful sourness, and then has been trying to go back to the fun-loving, kind of jabs. And again, I think this is kind of playing into her dementia, because her coworkers have clearly picked up on that I'm not a fan and will actively like change the topic or aggressively get to the point rather than responding to or ribbing off of any of her jokes.
Yeah.
Last Thursday was when things really came to a head. And I start this story with the asterisks of, had any other branch manager said this, I absolutely would have taken it and recognized it as a joke.
Uh-huh.
But because this branch manager is this branch manager, I couldn't afford to do that. As I walked in, and this was when the 6 cameras were on,
Uh-huh.
and she goes, "Oh good, you brought me a bomb to blow up the DVR." Now again, anyone else said that, I totally would have recognized it as a joke.
Right.
But
That's not what we do here.
and having the history we have, I raised my eyebrows and was like, "I beg your pardon, ma'am?" And she, of course, tried to play it off like, "Well, no, I'm riffing. It's a joke."
Uh-huh.
And I sort of leaned forward and was like, "Ma'am, I don't think sabotaging your security system registers to most people as a joke." And she kind of got stern as she was waiting for me to, like, crack a smile and be like, "I'm just messing with you."
Uh-huh.
Because I was 100% sober, serious, like, "What are you fucking doing, lady?"
Uh-huh.
So, but, yeah, I ended up, like, that interaction kind of ended. She went back. I went on to find out that the reason 6 cameras were simultaneously offline
Uh-huh.
the power source is plugged into a single, like, power strip on the side of the wall.
Uh-huh.
And I guess one of the night cleaners, like, bumped the off switch of the power strip with their vacuum.
Oh, yeah.
And so it just disabled power to all of these cameras. So that was it. As soon as we turned that power strip back on, it, like, those 6 cameras, you know, sprung to life and the system was back to
Right.
long. But I ended up calling my manager and being like, "Hey, you know, we all don't like this lady, right? I'm not alone in this camp." And my manager was like, "Oh, you fucking lady. Cool. Glad it's not just me. Would you like to hear what she told me?" I didn't embellish it. I did, you know, at the time of telling him, I was like, I recognize that she was making a joke, but given that all of us would love for her to fucking retire, I'm more than fine writing a report of her threatening to sabotage the CCTV system.
Uh-huh.
He was like, "I appreciate that, but let me talk to the CEO and pass it along to him and see if it's something he wants to bring up with their management."
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, "I'm fine with that outcome." Like, not that I need anything to happen here. Again, I recognize that it was a joke.
Right.
That she's so fucking sour that I don't want to give her the satisfaction of playing. So, yeah, highlight of my day was having to interact with her again. Which is, never particularly fun endeavor. Again, not the worst thing in the world, but still just
Oh. You don't have to tell me about people who need to retire. I work at a school.
That actually, I was gonna say, that reminds me. It occurs to me that I don't actually know what you do for work. If you don't feel like sharing that on stream, you don't have to. I realize I don't actually know.
I just do cleaning duty at an elementary school.
Nice. Okay.
And some teachers, they just teach for too long. They get old and bitter and they don't want to admit it. They hate kids, but they don't want to give up the power, I guess.
Well, I know for some it's a power fantasy. For some it's like, I've been teaching for 30 years. What the hell else can I do?
Oh yeah.
To go back into the workforce and do anything else.
That's not to say that's the usual. Like, there are plenty of teachers who have just become better teachers from doing it forever, but
oh, for sure. Well, it's one of those so this is an extension for me of the notion of anytime you see someone, or you work in the food service industry, and you see or encounter someone being overtly rude to you, or overtly specific, hyper specific to a controlling degree with their order. And it's one thing if they have allergies or
how many of them are there?
Jesus Christ. I'm getting tired watching you fight. Damn. But no, there's a notion that there's a certain degree of, or a point you hit where you just have no control or perceived control in your own life.
Oh yeah.
So your remedy for that is to find someone who you can control and dominate and have say over, that can't do anything back. And that often manifests itself as being rude to fast food or just service workers in general. Because, if we yell back, if we scream back, we get fired.
Right.
We can't do that. So we have to just grin and bear it and, deal with our stresses, hopefully in healthier contexts, in
right
spots. That being said, you hit a point where you start to realize that these people are so rude and demanding and controlling of you because they genuinely have no control anywhere else in their life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, not all of them, obviously, but a not insignificant number of teachers might fall into that same category of, they want power over people that can't really do anything about that.
Uh-huh.
Or people that at least can't talk back to them. And again, by no means all. My dad's a teacher, and from what I hear, a lovely teacher. And I have never really known him to be one for, power fantasies. So,
right.
This is by no means a blanket statement, but teaching does offer that unique setting to allow that kind of mentality to fester, to let that sort of thing take place. Which I'm sure is just preaching to the choir to you, but for the viewer, I guess, who may want it quantified, I don't know.
Okay, so I'm just gonna jump down.
Okay.
I really wanted to fight all those guys and like steal their money, but it's getting really tedious.
Understandably so, I can imagine.
And we gotta do something probably even harder here, so here goes.
I mean, this was kind of my frustration with the Sans fight.
Oh yeah.
not to get on an Undertale kick, but when you do like a neutral run, right?
Uh-huh.
And Sans gets captured by fucking what's his dick? By Flowey.
Yeah.
Like, as the player, I always resonated with that comic that was like, alright, Sans, hold the fuck up. And Flowey's like, what? Like, this is about me. And you're like, no, shut up. Sans, what the fuck? Because if I'm evil, you can't kick my ass hard enough. But if Flowey's evil, you're like, oh no, I'm wrong. Whatever will I do? What the fuck, man?
That's a good point.
I think I'm avoiding it for the same reason I'm avoiding the new Lego Star Wars game.
Uh-huh.
It's not that I don't think I'll enjoy it. It's not that I think it's overhyped.
Uh-huh.
It's not that, you know, there are elements of it that'll make me nostalgic to the old one. I have no problems going back and playing the old one because it still fucking holds up as an amazing game.
Yeah.
It's that my video production, my book writing, and possibly a few sick days off of work will be spent just playing that game.
Oh, yeah.
It's not that I don't think I'll enjoy it, it's that I think I'll enjoy it so much that nothing else will get done.
Oh, do you think it won't be good? More like the opposite.
Quite contrary. In fact, I think it'll be too good. That's my real issue. I'm also trying to like strike a good balance, right? Where I'm not just playing video games to get content for videos.
Oh, yeah.
Because ultimately, this is a hobby, and I will continue to treat it as a hobby. I think that's a lot of why I have outright refused to monetize a lot of my content, if any of it, actually. But viewers, if you ever see an ad in front of one of my videos, I did not fucking put that there. And I'm sorry. You know, I have nothing against people who do monetize their videos. I understand how some people, you know, do that. But I will not count myself among them. And not out of like any sort of innate superiority. I do not think of myself as superior in any context. I think for me a lot of what it actually is just that I don't want to be a slave to the algorithm. I like making videos at my pace, making the kind of content that I would want to watch. And I get requests from time to time from people who are like, oh, it'd be so fun if we did this kind of video, or this kind of game for a video. And I always kind of hit it with the same, like, yeah, but if I'm doing it just for a video, then am I really doing it for I like to take the approach of I do things, I participate in things, I live a life, so to say. And then when funny things happen, or interesting things happen, then I turn around and see what it is. Notable exceptions I will add are, for example, Ace Combat 7 challenge. But that was also just something I wanted to see if I could even do.
Yeah, fair enough.
So then I'll be making a video of it. And even I'm sure like moments out of this run for you'll end up in if you don't mind me taking snippets from this.
No, that's probably fine.
Okay.
I'm planning on doing a video for it when it's all done, and I can like see what kind of highlights and like narrative I can string together. But yeah, I don't particularly care. If anything, your exposure is more valuable than being exclusive anyway.
Well, I appreciate that, and ditto. We're a network here, and hell, I met you through streaming, so
yeah.
I feel it's fair. Speaking of video production now, something I did kind of I learned something dangerous recently. And I'm
Yeah?
sure how to
In
because so in okay, so there are a couple different programs I've started using to fuck with like Lego stuff, right? To do, there's the main one I do for the videos with all the rendering and everything. But for the Star Wars video, I ran into a roadblock that I wasn't sure what to do about at first, because it was that I wanted to put C-3PO in the video. And this Lego video, or this Lego program, it has the C-3PO head. But it doesn't have the body.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, so I was looking around online, and it turned out someone had the same exact issue. I think they were trying to get it for like a different set or something that they were rendering. But effectively, they had the same issue. And someone in the comments of that one suggested, well, why don't you use the sister program to this Lego thing? The part designer.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember looking at that and going, the fucking what? And I looked it up, and sure enough, there is a sister program that works almost identically to the original one, but it lets you take bricks, and the main thing I wanted to use it for was putting like custom images, as in stickers, on those bricks. to then be able to get the C-3PO torso.
Yeah.
I got that, but then I started to kind of go a little buck wild with it, do a custom map, and then a bunch of other different little like tiles here and there. But as with me in all programs, I eventually reached a point where I said, okay, there's a lot of buttons. What do these all do?
Right.
So I started monkeying around. And the thing I learned the other night that I'm pretty excited about, and is going to make this like shitpost video that I want to do a lot more fun, is you can actually export Lego bricks as .objs.
Oh, okay.
Which allows me to import them into Blender.
Yeah.
And then I can modify the bricks themselves.
Oh.
So a lot more options have just opened up for my content production.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
The one thing I have yet to figure out how to do, it seems that sticking any sort of what are they? Sticking any sort of image on like a curved surface does not seem to be doable, or at least I haven't been able to figure out how to do it. So I'm limited in that aspect. But I can make custom 3D models into quote-unquote Lego bricks to use in the program. To give an example, and possibly a bit of a teaser for this next video coming up, for example, if I wanted to make the like droideka shield, I would have had to use like a set of ball bricks to make the shield, and then it would have had like seams in it because that's how Lego works, right?
Right.
But now I can just make a sphere in Blender, scale it, and then gee, they're kicking fucking ass too.
Yeah, they really came out at me this time.
Jesus. But make a sphere with no seams, right?
Yeah.
Scale it and then put that around the droideka, and then bada boom, seamless droideka shield.
Nice.
The other thing I've been able to do is the battle droids famously have like very sort of stiff limbs.
Right.
So I exported some of those into Blender and have been able to move the hands and make it so that they stand in a lot more of the like battle droid style position. So rather than holding their arm out and pointing like a 7-year-old, you know, looking at a man with a disability with their arm, I actually am able to move it so that their blaster is down by their hips, which is how they shoot.
Right.
So a minor detail, obviously, but to me it adds a uniqueness to the sort of content I make. And I feel like at some point I'm gonna get someone who asks, like, "Hey, can you 3D print these bricks?" I more mean someone who like wants the droid, because I understand mechanically, yeah, totally possible. I just export the object as a .sti, right?
Yeah.
Or FPL or whatever. But as to a stranger on the internet asking me to send them a file, No. Oh, you got him this time. Nice work.
Yeah, this time. This is kind of a critical part of the challenge, I think.
Where it's just getting harder and harder.
Well, I don't have any items, and I have to beat this boss before I can leave this area.
I see. There's no, like, just getting through the door.
Nope. So I have to beat her without any healing items. Ah!
Also, it was a while ago, but Linguini mentioned that you should bring the bizarre incident to the people.
Bizarre Incident's really a good guy when you get to know him.
This is an individual, not a thing.
This is a reference that you will not understand. Let's just say I've been doing sort of Let's Play stuff since before there was really Let's Play stuff. And that's an inside joke with my sister and I.
Nice. Okay.
We used to record games on like the camcorder.
Oh yeah, the like old school style. I mean, I'm here for that. That could be a good time. Well, F's in chat, everyone. Big fracture F's. I did put some thought into. I know I already mentioned the like permadeath style Let's Play games I was thinking about doing.
Yeah.
I was potentially thinking of a different version.
Oh yeah.
Where rather than having the when I die, I sort of announce like, all right, hey everyone, we're done with this game for right now. But X number of likes, I'll visit it again. Instead of doing that, I would record and edit it so that every time I died, it just immediately snaps to a black screen and ends the episode.
Oh.
I think the trick with that is having some episodes that would be, over an hour long, depending on the difficulty of the game.
Yeah.
And depending on what exactly was going on, certain boss fights or the etc. Uploading a shitload of 30-second episodes doesn't sound particularly entertaining.
No. You might cut those together or something.
Like think ultimately...
Alright, I think the strategy here is to just wait for her to sit down on the ground with me.
Maybe. Phil Swift. So that's
Uh-oh.
yeah, she's kind of kicking your teeth into the back of your ass.
As soon as I like stop trying to fight her, she's just like, "Oh, what am I gonna do?"
Yeah. This is fun. I might take this opportunity to grab some food real quick. So
All right.
I will be right back.
I guess we're doing the safe then. Uh? Ah! Maybe I will stream Resident Evil 2. Maybe I will.
Another fun one would be to do, what was it, the remake of... Was it the remake of 2? I can't recall. But somebody did a mod that replaces Mr. X with Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh. Yeah, that's Resident Evil 2 remake.
Okay.
We could not do it for a stream because we will get thrown in copyright hell. But I know somebody did a mod that replaces his theme music with the X gonna give it to ya.
That's awesome. Sometimes gamers just need them.
Oh my god.
Well, Aaron, you tried your best. You failed miserably. The lesson is
Never try. Ah! Oh, there he is. Just gonna hover over there. Ah!
He's just hovering there, menacingly.
Menacingly. Ah!
Careful. Ah, shit.
I'm just gonna keep killing them until they stop respawning so I can tell how many of them there are.
Sorry, my brain went to, I'm gonna keep killing them until they die. It's like, yeah, that does sound like a prudent plan, not gonna lie.
I have to reset now because I died, but I'm just gonna kill them all so I can check. I think we're up to 6.
Jesus. Yeah, again, this definitely struck me as the kind of game that A, did not fuck around, B, was hard as dicks, and C, was like very proud of how hard as dicks it was.
Uh-huh. You could say that. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's like 7.
Lord.
I think they might be infinite. I think this might be an infinite spawn zone.
I mean, is there, like, can you just run to where you would normally leave, I guess, would be my question.
Oh, I could just leave, yeah, but I thought I might be able to, like, get some health and, like, red orbs in here. But that's gonna be hard if they just keep coming and keep coming until I leave the room.
Yeah, definitely more of a slog than it seems.
Because I need, I don't know. I just thought it might be helpful with the boss. It just kills me how they suddenly get super cautious when you stop fighting back.
Yeah. It's so fucking late. What is up with my soundboard? Oh well.
Here goes. Alright, we're gonna try our new magic. Oh no, that doesn't work at all. Good. Good.
I was just about to say, like, oh yeah, it seems like you did a lot more damage, but before I could open my mouth, just, ah shit, that didn't do anything.
Yeah, nope. Doesn't work on her. I did a lot more damage with my regular attacks though, so that's promising. I really wish I could just fight the boss. I didn't have to fight ninjas every time first.
I'm guessing it's one of those areas that doesn't just open up.
Yeah. Swimming. I don't know. Is there anything in here I could have missed?
You just look around and find a big, like, glowing green neon just exit.
Well, I'm mostly hoping for items. I should have gone to the shop before I came down here. Now I'm locked in. That time went pretty good.
I was gonna say, you kicked some pretty serious ass there. Here, have some water of life. Good attempt.
Oh, that would have been so funny if I just went back in the catacombs.
Bye.
Ah!
Do you have no healing items at all?
None at all.
Uh-huh. So what I'm hearing is you're fucked.
No. I'll have to think of something.
Stab him in the ankle till he goes. I'm also just concerned that, like, I know you're saving up all those little totems for the final boss, and this is not the final boss.
Yeah.
Definitely sounds like in the future, if there's an opportunity to drop by the shop, you should. I'm certain it's preaching. I know you're really in trouble once we hit the part where you're doing alliterations to calm yourself down. Just purple plants, really.
Purple plant. Blue plant. I definitely think my typical aggressive style is messing me up here.
Maybe.
I think I have to let her come to me.
Yeah, I'm noticing you're getting caught in a lot of her, like, traps where it seems that her whole shtick, at least to me, is kind of getting you in and close and getting you into position where she deals a lot of damage while you're stuck in that animation.
What I'm really getting tired of is opening this safe every time. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
This is way easier with the real sword, by the way.
Oh, I bet. As I'm sure the rest of the entire game is, but I think it speaks to your siege, or at the very least your patience that you haven't given up yet. Not that I'm rooting for you, dude. I'm here to support.
The big thing with her is the real sword has aerial attacks.
Right. Whereas it seems to me like this is pretty limited in what you can and can't do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely one of those, you know, we'll put this in here as a joke. Unless, again, there's some, like, magic hidden lore behind the wooden sword.
Well, if you get the final upgrade for the wooden sword, it becomes one of the strongest weapons in the game.
So it's just a matter of getting.
Yeah, but it has the most upgrades of any weapon.
I mean, there is a lot you can do to it.
So that makes it very expensive to get the final upgrade. Which is part of why I didn't go to the shop earlier, is because I want to upgrade the sword. So I'm trying to save some of my money.
I see. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I thought you were honestly just skipping into, like, flex and parting it Aaron. But, like, you've impressed me given that you've gotten this far. Like,
Well, I didn't also realize that I had no healing items.
Yeah.
I should have checked first.
Definitely puts a damper on things.
She also does just a lot of chip damage. Oh!
There it is.
How am I even supposed to see that? Oops.
So, honest question. Is it possible to go back to a spot where you'd be able to access the shop and get at least some healing items?
No.
No, that would not be possible?
No.
Awesome.
Because the door in the church is locked because of she's holding it closed with magic. And the way I came over here is a waterfall that I got swept in from. So I can't go back there. But at this point I might just have to use one of my talismans just to keep from soft locking myself.
Right. There's no earlier save to refer to, so
No, I overrode that. Otherwise I would have already done that.
There was a part of me that was wondering, I won't lie, whether or not you were just morally opposed or
It's a wooden sword challenge, not an Iron Man challenge.
fair? Although speaking of Iron Man, I did get a really cool and really fun opportunity this last weekend.
Oh yeah?
So I've been seeing some, and they, we discussed pretty early in the relationship. They didn't want any sort of red flags or not red things.
Uh-huh.
So they let me know. They're like, hey, I have a son. I have a child.
Right.
A deal breaker. I was like, not at all. I appreciate you letting me know. How old are they? And they're like, well, about 10, 11. I'm like, all right, I would be excited to meet them, to get that opportunity.
Uh-huh.
And this weekend, I got that opportunity. And I had a couple weird things happen. One that I was sort of half expecting, another that I really was not.
Uh-huh.
Still kind of processing. But, so I got that. I guess I'll start this with, I met him. Super nice, super friendly kid. So, like, just funny, quirky. Like, he'll ask you if he can ask a question. Like, brings a smile. It's like, I just beam, like, ear to ear. Just go ahead. Like, you don't... on the one hand, I want to reinforce, like, you don't gotta ask. Oh, dear. On the other, dude, he's so nice and so friendly. But I decided that a good sort of mutual bonding ground would be over Lego.
Uh-huh.
So I took him to the Lego store, and kid in a candy shop, I was basically like, pick out a couple sets, we could build something together. And he ended up wanting to build a Bionicle.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I don't know if you know anything about Bionicle.
I have extensive knowledge.
Delightful. Because he proceeds to make this, like, hodgepodge, just awesome, like, custom dude.
Uh-huh.
And, being the kind of quirky kid he is, he starts running around and, like, telling everyone about this awesome creation, showing it off to all the staff.
Uh-huh.
While he was doing that, I was, like, halfway, sort of, in one of the, like, bigger Lego bins looking for stuff for a build that I'm on. Now, with that pretense out of the way, I had that vasectomy back. And I have, like, no interest in fathering any children.
Right.
And took steps to literally make that impossible.
Yeah.
But, with that being the case, I sort of caught myself in this weird, well, not weird necessarily, weird for me,
Yeah.
moment where he's sitting there talking to some of the staff about his Bionicle creation, and I've got one ear out because I'm sitting there thinking to myself, or I caught myself in the thought process, if I catch one of them so much as, like, down talk or trying to downplay his creation, I'm gonna move over there and I'm gonna be a fucking And I remember kind of stopping for this little moment, like, wait, I've known this kid, like, a few hours. Why am I feeling this way? And it's not to say, because it's my partner's kid.
Right.
There's natural caring for them in that manner. Or, I guess the other side of it for me is, like, why am I this attached? Why am I this invested in someone I just effectively barely met? as I sat there digging through Lego, he continued chatting and showing off all his stuff. It eventually clicked for me. I was like, oh, I see me, a younger me, doing exactly this, and I know this place exists. And I think this, like, violent defense of, like, him and his creation was out of not just, like, a, for me, oddly paternal, you know, thing that has come up lately, but also just this protectiveness of my own trauma and childhood. You know, around adults who were ultimately kind of apathetic to some of my creativity. And I think that was an important thing. An important thing to recognize, but also just such a good and such a fun weekend. I ended up, I don't think anyone who listened to the stream, one of them I already talked to about it though, but I canceled my, like, Brigham City D&D session, pardon me, to continue playing, like, playing with him and hanging out with him, because that was important. I'm not gonna, like, sit here and, I guess, steal valor. Like, I recognize that I'm not a dad. I'm loosely an adult. I can barely be called a dad. But, I don't know. That was an experience I had this weekend, I guess. Of, you know, like, these Lego store guys, I've known them for, God, I've been going there a couple of years now. So, like, I know them. I know that they're not the sort of individuals to do that. But just even that I was kind of, like, you know, half attention down in the Lego bin, other half of my attention, you know, split with my ear, ready to rip a human's throat out if they misspeak it. It was just a unique experience. To be honest, I don't remember. Well, welcome to Story Time with Dave. I remember what I had for lunch today. You want me to remember details of a conversation?
Gather around, children. It's time for story time with Kodiak.
Iron Man, that's right. One of the sets he ended up getting was like an Iron Man mech.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we did. Then we built those and played with those. He really wanted to do like a battle thing with that and his Black Panther mech that he also got.
Oh.
And yeah, I ended up just in this realm where like, I remember being his age. I remember not being like this necessarily.
Yeah.
So that was really cool.
Whoa.
You get feisty, man. So she sees you're on your last docket of hell. She's just ready to get out. I definitely agree that it's very lame that you didn't pick up like those elixirs of life or whatever, but they increase your health bar overall, but they don't fill it.
Yet again, I'm over here trying to die. Refuses to hit me.
Yep. Maybe the trick is to want death from the outside.
Just go up there. Come on, I want you to hit me. Hit me.
Come on, hit me. Wait, you hit him? Yeah. You, the Batman, ran over someone with your bike. Yep. What about your one rule about the whole not killing thing?
Didn't kill him. You know how I got these scars? From the Batman? From Batman. I haven't watched one of those in years.
Yeah, I've been trying to catch up with some of them, and they hold up surprisingly well. For being, 2010 internet humor.
Yeah. I don't know. Some of them I really like, and some of them, my like autism brain takes too literally.
I know one like content creator that I fell off of from around that time too. Cinema Sins.
Oh yeah.
I can't watch anything from Cinema Sins anymore, man.
Nope. I have a burning, passionate, just... I hate CinemaSins so bad. It makes me irrationally angry.
Well, I think a lot of it for me, not I guess to necessarily strike a nerve, but they're just wrong.
Yeah.
So much shit. They're purposefully wrong about so much shit. And it's pretty clear, like, as you listen to their stuff and as you go on, and like from a writing perspective, at the very least, that it's all voiced by the one guy, right?
Uh-huh.
But it's not all written by him.
Oh no.
And it seems like it's a multitude of people who watch it for the sake of writing a CinemaSins script, which means you're already just watching it through that lens.
Yeah, you're already there just to get nitpicks.
Yep.
And if you can't find any, you have to make some up, because that's what your content is based on.
Exactly. And so you end up doing bad faith journalism effectively. But even as like satire, even as entertainment, it doesn't have any value there. Because you're giving sins to movies that are oftentimes fucking trivial. and beyond being trivial, is so often just missing either the point or is like willfully ignorant of any sort of creative liberty, or
Oh yeah.
you know, it's all very by the numbers, like you didn't do things the way they normally do in Hollywood. But then in the same fucking breath, they'll be like, it's just Hollywood doing the same shit.
Yeah.
Pick one. Pick one to be upset with and shut the fuck up. I'm also glad you don't like CinemaSins. I just
So
my friends recently, and I found out they still like CinemaSins. I was like, oh, why? We'll be back.
But the one that gets me is like they'll do like the absolute like most surface level reading of the content, and they'll be like, this doesn't make sense, they didn't explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. And then they'll watch a movie where the narrator like literally explains it, and they'll be like, they explained it to me like I was 5 years old.
No, that's exactly what I mean, dude. Like, it's one of those things where you can tell one writer was like, bookaba, why do they do it this way? And another writer was like, bookaba, they should do it this way. There's no, like, continuity. And if there is any continuity, it's not well maintained.
You know, that and the ones that they like are just literally, they literally made it up. That's not even what happens.
They are not beyond doing that, if history has proven anything. And it's like, alright, Citizens, I agree. Suicide Squad was bad. I think we can all agree that Suicide Squad was bad. The reasons that you think Suicide Squad is bad, though, is so uniquely painful that I just can't even begin to understand where in their like field or in doing the kind of content they do could be coming from. Because it's just like, and even if we don't take it as journalism, even if we're charitable, we don't take it as satire. Even if we're just like, okay, well, it's entertainment.
Yeah, it's just jokey jokes.
Fails there because often the line between like what might be considered a joke and them being like genuinely bitter about these movies is so fucking thin. You often just can't tell.
Well, and I know, I think his name is Jeremy, the narrator guy. I know he does input on the show. Like, some of his actual opinions make it onto the final result.
Yeah.
Despite them having multiple writers. I often get the impression that he doesn't actually like watching movies that much. Because there's like literally nothing he won't complain about. And not because like he's thinking critically about the thing that he's watching, but like he sounds legitimately upset about everything that's ever happened in a movie.
Right. Which is either stellar acting or it's either stellar acting for him to be able to like sound convincingly upset about some of these things. On the other hand, if it's not that, it's just horrifically sad.
Yeah.
You can get this angry about ultimately trivial things.
Because I'll criticize movies all the time.
Sure.
But like 9 times out of 10, the caliber of things that CinemaSins will ding a movie for, I'll be like, yeah, that's a thing that exists. But like the movie sold its story well. I don't really care that they like have a tiny plot hole or I don't know. Any of the myriad other things.
Yeah.
There's a logical inconsistency here where it's like, oh, he put the toothbrush in the toothbrush jar, but then the toothbrush is in his hand in the next scene.
Right.
But like, I don't care. Sure, they messed up, but like, that doesn't matter.
It's a lot of trivial surface level things, and then beyond that, a lot of their videos will be like, you know, everything wrong with Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse in 17 minutes or less, and then you look at it, and it's like 22-minute long video. Can you guys fucking count? I'm riffing here, obviously, in the style of them. You know, it feels appropriate. But no, that's often what it feels like. Is that it's just bad-natured, like it's not even criticism. It's just anger. And like I'm already. It's not that I'm an angry person, but like I'm an empath to a degree. So, like, if I'm watching something like Game Grumps, I can sit and appreciate something like that because I want to watch something that I feel good about, you know? I want to watch Danny and Arnold having, you know, a good time. And then I can empathize with them having a good time because it makes me think about having a good time with my friends, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you're watching something like CinemaSins, you're just watching something about someone being angry, and then you end up in that exact boat of like, well, now I'm just, well, I speak for myself here, but I end up in the boat of like, well, shit, now I'm just angry. And like, as a writer, as someone who not necessarily does this like critically, so to say, but definitely, you know, like I write for a living.
Mm-hmm.
And just to see what they consider writing, and it's not even to gatekeep necessarily, it's just bad. It's often not in good faith, so I begin to wonder, who is this for? Right? It's not informative, they're actively dishonest.
So, my experience with CinemaSins, and this is sort of it's sort of backed up by, I don't remember who it was, but a certain YouTuber did a breakdown of it. It's the smugness. You watch it to like feel like you're smarter than the movie.
Yes, which is often not the case. And it's not to say that movies are smart. I've watched some pretty fucking dumb movies. But what I carry is there a sincerity to that? Is there at any point the director or someone in, you know, it doesn't even have to be a literal like cast thing, but sometimes you have to just be able to pull yourself back and out of the movie, and sometimes you see it. You see the director or the producer or the writer winking at you, and you realize like, oh, they know how fucking dumb this is. And suddenly I'm on board. Velocipaster being a great recent example. You know, it's one of those movies you hear about and you're like, what the fuck? This sounds so dumb. And then you start watching it and you're like, oh my god, this is so fucking dumb. But then you pull yourself out for a second and you're like, hang the fuck on. They know. They know how dumb it is. They know how stupid, not just this concept, but the entire, like, act and, I guess, subsequently, like, premise of making movies in general is dumb. And sometimes you just gotta live in that camp. I can't remember exactly who said it, but I do sit by a quote that is something to the effect of the best camp arises when you're not 100% sure if the developer or producer is in on the joke.
Damn it.
And I think one of my favorite breakdowns on CinemaSins and just what they do wrong is from a YouTuber named Sean.
Yeah, I love Sean's videos on CinemaSins.
Yeah. Sean to me is just because like there are a couple of like I guess quote unquote snooty like British YouTubers that I follow. But Sean is up there as one of the more entertaining ones.
Oh yeah.
I mean, hell, I showed you and Spencer the video of him and H-Bomber Guy watching the DSP Tries It on fucking noodle ramen.
Right.
Just eat it with a fucking spoon. Still one of my favorite videos ever. Sean's got good stuff. Who else do I follow? There's another one. Well, H-Bomber Guy, obviously. There's another one I found recently called Soup Emporium.
Oh yeah. I know that one.
Before the stream and kind of at the end of my shift, I was listening to the most recent Pyrocynical video. I don't recall if he's, I'm pretty sure he's pretty good. Don't rightly recall. I feel like he makes a lot of stabbing people jokes, so probably. I do also love, though, that since I listen to a lot of, like, foreign, you know, YouTubers and listen to a lot of foreign content, there are a couple of, like, Russian and German, like, comics that I read. It has been massively entertaining to see how my ad generator has gotten confused as the years have gone on.
Oh yeah.
Because sometimes I'll just get acts that are like entirely in Russian. And I'm just like, hell yeah. The other great one that I talked about in one of my videos, because I'm not sure, I'm still to this day not sure if it was just a glitch or like what the hell was happening. But I would look through like my Lego Instagram feed or Lego related content, and I would get ads for Lego and you know, a lot of like home and like not home repair, but like furniture store things, like a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Interior design, furnishing kind kind of places.
Yeah.
I would get a lot of those with the Lego stuff. But then looking through like gun stuff, you know, I get the usual kind of standard 2A advertisements.
Yeah.
Trying to sell the latest gun, you know, the bullshit, as it were. But then, when I was looking through the stuff for furry art, I was getting a lot of ads for like trucking and like getting your CDL, right? I was so confused for a couple of days because I was just like, what in the fuck? Is there something about trucker culture that I just have missed?
I don't understand at all.
I don't either, and I talked about it in one of my videos where I was mentioning it to my coworkers. I was just like, what is happening Instagram? Like, what is going on here? And yeah, I never figured it out because a couple of like days later, it went, I guess, back to normal, or at least as normal as not showing me, you know, trucking ads.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm looking at this picture of two wolf boys hugging. You know what that really makes me think of? Transporting long-haul goods across the United States of America. Amen. Not really something I think of. I do not correlate these. Yeah, to this day, I still have not been able to figure out what the fuck. It's funny.
What do you even advertise?
Well, like getting your CD. Oh, like what normally would you advertise?
No, I mean like, yeah, what do you advertise to truckers?
Well, like, come get your CDL, or like, hey, while you're on the road, stop by this gas station chain.
Oh, I guess.
So I would get like, you know, yeah, come to Flying J, you know, get your rocks off. I don't know.
Get your rocks off.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
And of course there was that, not to get, I guess, political and talk about current events, but there was that like trucker stop thing somewhere over on the East Coast, right? And of course the whole time I was seeing news from that, all I could think of was just like a bunch of dudes in fursuits just trucks, blocking traffic. That's all I could think of. It's like fucking deranged, I guess. Also, I know it's an astronomical number, so it likely never happened. But I have come to the notion that if I ever hit like 10,000 subscribers, like a 10K Q&A.
Oh yeah.
And I'm absolutely just waiting for at least one of them to be like, "Are you furry?"
As if it's a secret.
Well, A, as if it's a secret, B, like, my answer is going to be something to the effect of, like, well, I grew up in one of the most conservative states in the western United States, in a predominantly religious family, while simultaneously being bisexual and subsequently ostracized from that family. So I think the cards were kind of stacked against me from the word. Just play it off like, not a furry because I wanted to be, I'm a furry because
I had no choice.
No, you don't understand. I did not choose this.
I never asked for this.
I've had the rare opportunity every so often think it's sometimes it's just like the environment you grow up in, right? Where you don't see a whole lot of like furry content, whereas I'm just kind of numb to it. And I'll encounter someone that's like, yeah, but I really like the expressiveness, you know, and the way these characters are portrayed. I'm like, yeah, you know, furries, it's kind of a thing that you nail as an artist, because you have to get an entirely non-human face to emote.
Oh yeah.
Producers of The Lion King 2019. And so you end up, you know, some artists just fucking nail the attitude, you know, a feeling. So it's very easy to connect with and resonate with. Hell, why like Sonic the Hedgehog OCs are as prominent as they are. Hell, look at that. Yeah. Momentary thought experiment.
I may have just invented a strategy to cheese this boss.
Let's see what you got. Hell yeah. So I don't know if you know about this internet trend where you look up your name, the hedgehog.
Oh yeah.
And it does not matter how fucking obscure your name is, you will find stuff.
I haven't tried it myself, but I have heard of that.
I just did it for you. And, yeah, go ahead and look in general here in a moment.
Oh my.
This was a particularly good one. He's an airbender. Anyway, but I've had a couple of people where they've been something to the effect of like, yeah, you know, I really like these these characters, the way they express themselves, you know, this, that, etc. And every so often I catch myself in this like, you might be a furry, and it's not, you know, yet. There have been a couple of people where they've, I kind of sort of loosely like referenced this at the end of the or before I left on the last stream.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, showing them something like, isn't this so ridiculous and silly? And they're like, yeah, what the hell? And I check back with them a couple months later and they've like unironically adopted that thing, and I'm like, God fucking damn it.
Yeah.
That has happened with furries more than once. What's your tactic for cheesing the boss?
Well, I did it. Oh shoot.
Oh Jesus, yeah, that's a healthy start.
I did it a little bit last time, but it's just doing backflips up the wall, and it got me like way farther than I had ever been before. Obviously, it didn't work this time because I messed it up, but. She came right out of the gate and just smashed me. And not in the good way.
Yeah, right. This was not what I meant when I said this. This has made me realize I've always wanted to design a boss, like kind of the ending boss of the game, right? Where the player, having like gone through everything, right, you know, finally facing down their nemesis, and upon like reflection from the first cutscene where we saw the nemesis or encountered them, in the game, that like we're gonna absolutely kick their fucking teeth in. They're not gonna stand a goddamn chance, right? And sure enough, 1 or 2 hits, and down they go. And you as the player are like, oh well, fuck. Like, that was kind of anticlimactic. Until everything resets, and they go back to where they were. And the fight starts over. And the player's kind of left with this like, wait, what the hell? As they slowly kill this, you know, enemy boss over and over and over and over again. But he's getting smarter. He's learning how the player is playing. He's using the invincibility frames, and eventually the player realizes that they are the ending boss and are having to play against a player who can respawn. I don't know how well I can execute it, or how many people hop on Twitter and be like, bad game, but... no, just one of those loose ideas floating around, I guess.
That might be neat if you played like the whole game from the reverse perspective.
Yeah.
But like you don't necessarily realize it until the end. It doesn't become obvious until then.
Right, it's like you're the bad guy. Or maybe not even the bad guy, but just like you are juxtapositioned against this idea that you're the protagonist, when in reality you're kind of the antagonist, or at the very least your actions have led to sort of a plot reversal, where the first few missions are like easy, right? Because you're kicking ass, you take names, you're north. But as the campaign goes on, as things get harder and more serious, you're learning it's because your enemy, quote unquote, they're getting upgrades, they're leveling up, they're doing, you know, what a player would do.
Mm-hmm.
Though I will say, as far as like recent games I played that had like a super unique concept and were otherwise well executed, Iron Lung was such a unique fucking game concept.
Yeah.
And on the one hand, I'm kind of happy the game wasn't like 6 hours long. I don't think it would have been. I recognize the mechanics would have gotten grating eventually. And I'm happy it lasted as long as it did for those mechanics to not get grating. But I do also kind of wish there was just more of that game.
Well, you know what they say, leave them wanting more.
Yeah. He's got another game that this guy's made another game that I really want to like have Matt over for dinner for him to play, and I'm just not gonna tell him what the game is. But it's called Squirrel Stapler, if you're familiar.
Oh yeah, you were telling us about that one.
Yep, I really want Matt to play it, and I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I got this hunting simulator, Squirrel Stapler. It's interesting. I think you should check it out, and then just not tell him like what the premise of the game is or what happens. And I do feel bad because I know Spencer, Matt, and I played some like adult games with the idea being that, well, specifically furry adult games. With the idea being that we would, edit them for YouTube and have an adventure that way.
Right.
But I haven't been able to break it to him yet. I don't know if I can I don't know if I can do anything with the game that we did end up playing and keeping footage from. Because the first one we started with, I don't know if he mentioned it to you.
You talked about it briefly.
I mean, we started it and it had all the hallmarks of a bad game. The English was, very English, clearly their third or fourth language. The concept was weird. The gameplay was imagine if 2048 was several times easier. That's how I describe the quote-unquote gameplay.
It's just an extra step in your adult game experience.
Right, which it's worth mentioning there was a setting in the fucking main menu to turn off. So this guy knew. And it was quirky, it was weird, it was funny until it wasn't. Because eventually the game just straight up got into non-consent, and we were like, okay. It's hard to look past this. It's, in fact, impossible to look past this. So we stopped that one, I deleted all the footage, and then we found another one. And
yeah.
In that one we found, I remember looking at it, because Spencer specifically asked, he's like, well, I know this game was a bummer, and I feel bad that I didn't do more research, and I'm like, I'm right in that same boat with you. It's I don't want the fucking night to be ruined. He's like, well, do you know of any other, furry adult games that we can play? And I said, well, I think I've heard talk of one, but I haven't actually played it. What I do know of it is that it's really well made. I just haven't looked at it. So we went and looked at it, and I discovered two things. The first thing I discovered is that I know the fucking people that made it. And that a lot of memes that I had been seeing suddenly snapped into focus.
Oh yeah?
In realizing that they were referencing this game. And what ticked me off more than anything, it was cheaper than the one we've been playing previously. That I think pissed me off more than anything. Well, not more than anything. I was pretty ticked about the non-consent. That was not awesome. But I just had to sit there being like, man, I paid $15 for that bullshit. And then this other game is $6. So we ended up playing that one, and I'm not sure how to break to Spencer that as fun and as funny as it was, like, going through that game, there's not a lot of gameplay. And there's really only one part that got, like, saucy. We went on basically, like, half a date. But I just, like, I was looking through the footage a little while ago, and I was like, I can't do anything with this. Like, I feel bad, because I had fun, but I can't, like, it's not even that I can't edit it. One of the more, like, prominent themes, I guess, that I discovered later is that you can seduce your stepbrother. Which is a thing. Note, I do not condone this. However, in, like, the character creation screen, Spencer and I were just clicking around, and Spencer was like, "What does preview do?" So we clicked preview.
Yeah.
And it, like, went to the character we'd made in the sex scene with your stepbrother, and both he and I were like, "Whoa!" Matt wasn't looking. It just like by the time we'd exited out of it, he looked up like, "What did I miss?" We're like, this prologue got a little more awkward.
Wow, okay.
So, yeah, I feel bad because I've been going through a lot of, like, the footage for different videos I've been wanting to make, and, like, sort of picking which projects I actually want to focus on. Now that I've officially got the music back.
Yeah.
So to say. But yeah, the more I look at that one, I'm like, there's nothing here, and as fun as it would be to, like, get them over for another, like, session of playing that game, I think it's just going to be a lot of the same boat, where, like, nothing we talked about was that particularly interesting, or was anything that could only be mentioned in that sort of setting, and wasn't something I can talk about in other streams.
Right. See, I thought this was going to go in a very different direction. I thought it was going to be more like, there's not enough censor bars in the world for me to put this on YouTube.
No, I mean, full disclosure, I ended up going back, like, later in my private time, because, again, I know the artist, and was like, alright, what the fuck did you do? Because I wanted to see how it ended. And the particular individual we had been, like, dating at the time, ended up being, like, super fun and super interesting. But I also kind of ended in this weird, not weird, but this kind of interesting camp of a different character. I played through, like, a couple of different ones. Some of them are, like, very memeable, other ones are, like, kind of pure and honest, and, like, one of them actually kind of got me to tear up. But at the end of the day, I was stuck on this, like, there's nothing here. Censor-wise, like, totally black bars everywhere. As for when you, quote-unquote, complete the date, yeah, no, like, there is sound and there is nothing I could have done for that.
Right.
My rig is not fancy enough that I have my, like, game audio and my speaking audio on different channels.
Right.
So there's only so much I can do. direction. Plenty of sensor bars. Don't know what I would have done for the audio. Just unfortunately uninteresting gameplay. How you holding up?
Well, it's like I spoke the strategy aloud, and now it no longer works.
Right, she heard you.
And the thing is, we haven't even been able to test it very many times because
it takes
every
so
other time I go into the ninjas, they cut my health down, and I need to have like near full health if I'm gonna do this. So I go into the other room and try and like farm up some health, but then they kick my ass. Because they infinitely respawn.
Yeah, it just sounds like a bad time. I hate to think that you have soft locked yourself here without any sort of healing items.
I don't know what I'm gonna do if I can't figure it out. Because at this point, playing through the game again is gonna be a pain in the ass.
Right. I mean, you'll probably be better on the second go around.
Well, yeah. That's not really the point, though.
Right, I understand that it's sort of moot in the face of the amount of work it's going to be to get back.
We're like 8 hours into the game at this point. It's gonna be like a whole nother 2 streams to get back here.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, she never dodged before, and now she's suddenly perfectly, like, dodging out of the way.
I was also going to ask, have you been following the Hunter series that Ruba Alpha Busa has been doing?
What?
They, so the guy that did the If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device,
Oh, no.
he has started doing a different series. I would love to show to you. It's because I like the whole Warhammer like crackdown happened with the Warriors and bullshit.
Yeah.
So they weren't able to make content for Warhammer anymore.
Well, that's not strictly accurate. Nobody targeted them. They actually quit out of protest.
And that's fair.
Which, like, you know,
Quality
their decision, but yeah, to be perfectly accurate.
fair. And in fairness, in their shoes, I'm sure I would have done the same thing. But basically, they started up a different series that has a lot of the same like writing. Dude, it's like they're good writers. They like know what the fuck is up. And they've done this new series, and the first episode is called Hunter the Parenting. I think after stream I might sit and watch that one with you if you don't mind, because it's well worth a watch. They did just release the third episode recently, I want to say. It's so good. Take you and Spencer through Gemini Home Entertainment. But my trick with that is there's not really a concise way to talk about it, and I don't just want to watch the entire thing on stream.
Yeah.
So I would have to do a shitload of work to cut down the content so that you got the bits that were important, we weren't violating any sort of copyright ID. And, you know, you, Spencer, and any potential viewers would be getting something out of the stream. But I'm stuck on the difficulty of how to write that, how to keep myself to a concise enough nature that I discuss everything.
Yeah.
That needs to be discussed while also being entertained. So I've been kind of stuck on that one recently.
Don't know what to tell you there. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. Go use the restroom.
That sounds healthy.
That seems like it'll be better.
Yeah. I'll grab some.
Did the right did the right thing pop up on the stream?
Yes, it did.
Okay, perfect. I'll see you in a minute. I'm back.
Welcome back. While you were gone, I developed a 2-step strategy that might help.
Uh-huh.
So, step 1, don't die. You ready for step 2? You better be seated for this one.
Uh-huh.
Kick her ass.
We'll see.
That's my 2-step.
Step 1, beat the boss. Step 2, step 3, profit.
Yeah.
Ouch. That's not very fun. I was getting into the safe.
You're still.
You should be more respectful of people robbing people's safes.
I know you're locked in Ninja Gaiden.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
What were you even saying?
That you were on the Be Right Back screen.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that's what your oh my god was too.
Oh no. I was just fighting some ninjas.
As you do.
Is it correct now?
Yes. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Technical difficulties.
If only you had to Be Right Back soon screen. Sick.
Ow. Ow. Ouch. Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Yeah, the fact that she like tackles your chin and you get fucked up there. It's just...
Where'd she go? Uh-oh. I didn't realize I died twice that time. What sound? What sound is that?
That was the Tusken Raider in Lego.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
I understand the question.
Alright. This'll be the time.
That's also just weird to me.
What?
Not only did this guy like put his book in the safe, but he hired all these fucking ninjas to protect him. What fucking thief expects ninjas? Like, that's his real downfall. Is not only does he come back when like the janitors have already cleaned up all the fucking blood from his bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But he opens the safe. He's like, man, I lost the ninjas and my fucking book. Like, at least the book is downstairs on this pedestal, but like those ninjas weren't cheap.
Those were some expensive ninjas, man.
Where do you even get ninjas in this day and age? Can't just go to like Al's Ninja Emporium.
Ninjas are us.
Also known as Halloween City. Yeah, those kicks she does are
Oh. Oh.
Ooh. Ah, there it is. ask a ninja where to get a ninja. But to ask the ninja, I think you first have to find one. Is sort of the trick.
You make a good point.
I would love to ask a ninja, hey, where do I find you? Just sort of like do the Homer Simpson thing, just like back into the edge where I found them. I'm like, no, wait, come back.
What's the difference between Jedi and ninjas?
Is this a setup for a joke, or are you being
It is a sort of a setup for a joke, yes. Jedi are safely locked up inside your DVD player. Ninjas are standing right behind you. What's that?
Something to the effect of like, because like all Chuck Norris jokes are just
Uh-huh.
this one was like typed out, and it's like, you know, I hear all this hype about Chuck Norris, all these jokes and everything, but I bet he's not even. If he was really that powerful or omnipotent, he'd be able to come and slam my head on, and then all the letters, and like it just started like key mashing. That's the only one I've ever heard / seen that's made me laugh.
I used to really like those when I was like 13.
Like 7. Why does that sound familiar now that I think about it?
I don't know. It was a thing that existed, so. Ouch. The fact that one kick is enough to drain your entire health bar. Oh my god.
Diddles? How is Diddles doing?
In a weird way, that sort of went better.
I remember him being a particularly soft kid.
Wow. That one is really hard to see coming. Jeez.
I mean, the bomb sure can definitely feel a little excessive to me.
Sometimes they just come out and they just blast you with everything. It's so bad.
Also, I just realized something.
What's up?
So, I'm a complete noob, and I was just thinking to myself, like, yeah, after the stream, I'm going to get things settled, squared away. But now that I'm actually thinking on it, I am reminded that I'm moving a fucking ATM tomorrow. And if I'm all sore and miserable from the fucking gym, then I'm going to be absolutely useless to my coworkers.
Yeah.
I'll probably not do that.
Yeah. Might save you some suffering later.
Just a bit, maybe. Yeah, our work has actually started paying for like full-on gym passes, so I wanted to get on that and start actually using them.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna start tonight, but now I think on it, like, yeah, it's not a good idea.
Whoops. Ah. I just want him to drop some health orbs. Damn it.
Yeah, that's half the frustration, it seems, is getting them to drop. You want them to drop.
I need the ninjas to just die this time, please.
Boss, NC-17 Queen. This is one of the tougher bosses in Ninja Gaiden, certainly the toughest you've faced. The NC-17 Queen requires patience and a lot of dodging. Your best hope is to use your dash attack to leap into the air and strike her quickly. Don't use it haphazardly, however, because she can easily dodge. Instead, use it after avoiding one of her attacks. Once she's hit, she usually falls to one knee, allowing you to use Ninja. She almost always dodges otherwise. To stay alive, you'll need to be ready to avoid her attacks.
Hey, guess what attack the wooden sword doesn't have?
It's just part of why I read that off. It was like,
Yeah, no. I've beaten this boss many times, but not so many with the wooden sword. Now this way, even if the ninjas respawn, I at least won't have to open the safe anymore.
that's fair. One less thing to worry about.
And if they don't respawn, which I kind of doubt, then there's two things. Then I can really just fight the boss over again.
Yeah.
Probably should have at least attempted it a while ago. Wow. Me, she'll never get me from behind this pillar. Wow. Of course, immediately when I jump towards her, she just does it.
Yeah.
I almost had a thing going there.
Raiden, are you alright? Raiden? Raiden!
What I wouldn't do for a high frequency blade.
But then it wouldn't be a wooden sword challenge.
Yay! Ah! Don't know how I avoided that one. Whoa!
Damn.
Just scoot forward across the floor and kick me in the face.
Sure how you feel. Maybe one more and you call it.
Maybe. I think I'm starting to get it. I'm sorry. Not having the ninjas there is a huge difference.
Yes. Yes, duly noted.
No!
Dead.
I got too invested in that combo. Oh. Okay, well. That time I just wasn't ready. What the fuck? Go away. I banish you from this place. Ah.
Oh, motherfucker.
I swear to God, it feels like she knows. Like, I have it fucking down. And she just stops doing what she used to do. What the actual fuck?
I wish I had more for you, man. I'm sorry.
act like I'm still trying to win. So that she'll keep attacking me.
Yeah, really wish I knew what to tell you, boss. I'm sorry.
She just throws it in at the end of a combo, like it's just nothing.
Oh, you were attacking? That's it. Also being quiet.
Huh?
Precisely.
Oh, that one was so good for like a minute.
No, I mean, you got her down to half health. I was watching, just like, don't fucking say anything, and then I was like, I should maybe acknowledge why I'm not saying anything. Is there like not to make you try it, but is there a special like drowning animation, or does your guy just like follow?
He just kind of dies.
Nice.
Like, it does the game over thing, and he goes,
Yeah.
and then like he like slumps over. I don't know. There's a water level. You might see me do it anyway.
Oh boy.
Jesus, how long are her fucking arms?
feel like in an alternate universe, this boss is wearing a "Women Want Me, Fish Fear Me" hat.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
What?
Have you not seen those hats?
Yeah, but why?
I don't know. She's intimidating and incomprehensible. Kind of like those hats.
Is that what you feel when those hats are around?
I mean,
I don't feel intimidated.
the only other feeling outside of that, I mean, is honestly just confusion. Just like, man, you dressed yourself today, and this is what you picked.
This is what you came up with?
This was the best you could do, huh?
Gotcha! Haha! Got me! Aha!
Hey, now that was
Oh, didn't roll far enough. Oh no, not the pillars. Don't hit me with those pillars.
anything but the pills.
What the fuck? Yeah, sometimes you just get a bad roll.
Sometimes.
I really think it's kind of random. Alright, alright. No! Why? Damn it. Ugh.
Yeah, man, I hate to do it, but I might call it after this next one.
Do what you gotta do.
I've got a running list of like death sounds I need to get, but I was certainly been fun, but yeah. Cheers.
All right.
We'll catch you next time, boss.
Do the thing.
Which thing? The death sound?
No. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. If I decide to replay the game, here's the question.
Okay.
Would it be illegitimate if I replayed the game off stream?
No.
Considering that I've already gotten this far before on stream.
I'd say no. A perfectly legitimate tactic that a lot of people that do speedrunning do is to practice off stream. It's a great way for testing concepts.
Well, yeah, but I'm just talking about not soft blocking myself here.
I'd say I don't think anyone would mind if you replayed and this is where we pick back up, but with health potions, etc.
Because I might have to do that. Because I'm getting it, but I think she just does too much damage to do without health potions.
That was kind of my thought process. It's like, you seem to be doing enough damage and like getting lucky sometimes enough to make progress. It's just any progress you end up making is kind of moot by everything that's going on. So I don't see a reason to not just replay it and get back here with more health potions and things in better order. I mean, again, this is like a personal challenge that you're doing until you get too frustrated to continue. Like the Ace Combat thing, if it turned out to be fucking impossible, I was eventually going to give up. But that was more a proof of concept where I had a fair idea that it might be possible. It was just that stream to kind of bullshit and see whether or not it was possible.
I know I can do it. I just need to be less stupid.
Sure. No, totally fair, totally get it. So I don't think anybody would mind if you waited.
Alright, I think that's what we're gonna do. Because, yeah, it'll probably only take me like a day or two. Since I won't be like bound by the stream. So, speak now, chat, or forever hold your peace. Because that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'll take that as a you're good.